All right, all right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. All right, we got the lava lamp going here. We should be all good to start up here. I shaved off a mustache and everything. We're starting fresh here um, for the new year. We're a little bit late, but we're starting fresh. Let's go ahead and let the Discord know that we're live. All right. Appreciate you guys joining me today. Welcome. Let's get on here. Copy this guy over here. All right. There we go. Sweet. All right, everybody, welcome in. I wanted today to take a stab at using Tkinter for our small business manager. Hey, Sad the Bad, welcome in. I appreciate you coming in. How you doing today? Welcome back. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, we got rid of the beard. We dropped we dropped like 5 years in age here, so we got rid of the beard. If you're liking the look, throw a like to the video. Thanks so much for coming in today. I really appreciate you guys joining me. I'm gonna do some programming today. I want to try to get some practice with Tkinter, um, or Tkinter, whatever you call it, and try to convert the small business manager from a CLI um, to an actual like interface would be really cool. Hey, Hysterical Mafia, welcome in, welcome back. Dat Steel, welcome back in. Awesome to hear from you guys today. Welcome, you guys. How you guys doing? Welcome back. All right, everybody. So we are working on this right now. Um, Now I'm not gonna do anything with our main.py file. I'm going to just make a uh, GUI.py file here. SBM GUI.py file. Oh, hello Weng Hong, welcome in. It's awesome to hear from you. Yes, today we're going to be using Tkinter to try and implement the small business manager, or at least to maybe try to get a little bit familiar with the work. I'm going to try to just build a little bit of an interface. Now we're going to hopefully get it kind of just some structure going, and then we can implement the actual small business manager into it. But yeah, so let's go from Tkinter import all. So let's import all these guys in here. I'm definitely going to need your guys' help if you're familiar with Tkinter. Um, I don't really know much. I watched some videos, so I know that we can create widgets, right? And I know we can use those widgets in a grid system to create a graphical interface. But there's going to be a lot of learning curve here going on. I know we're jumping from topic to topic to topic on the streams, but I really am just wanting to learn a lot of different things and keep leveling up here. So we're remaining in Python, right? We're kind of branching out a little bit into C with the CS50X course, but yeah. Welcome in, you guys. If you guys are here, please throw a like on the video. We're gonna stream for a couple hours here this evening. I'm probably gonna stream for a few hours, at least doing some live coding and interacting and talking with you guys here. So thanks for joining me. Let me know what you're working on. What are you guys working on your screens? What are you guys working on? All right. So we need a root root, right? And in order to call the root, this is where it's going to get interesting. I'm going to need, let's pull up Mr. ChatGPT here. We're going to need your help, sir. Okay. So I am trying Oh, you guys can't see that because it's my camera's in the way. Let me go ahead and move that over. Like so. Here we go. I am trying to learn Tkinter and build a GUI. I don't want you to show me blocks of completed code. Single lines are and phrases are okay, but I am really trying to learn it for myself. I will need you to guide me as I go. Okay, here we go. Welcome in, you guys. Hello, everybody. Hey, Frost Orbs. Welcome back. You guys are awesome. Welcome in. Used it once long ago for a week. Hi, everyone. Yes, was doing leak code. Awesome. Leak code is still so hard. Yeah, if you guys have any like you know, leak code problems that we think we could solve live on chat, like not too hard of ones, obviously ones that we could start out with, some beginner ones, please let me know and we'll take a stab at them. I think that would be kind of fun too, just to help break things up. Okay, so I how so in order to call a root, you call, is it root? No, is it window? No. How to get started with a root. Okay, to import Tkinter is tk root equals, so we just call a tk class like this, okay? And then we have, so I'm gonna add widgets. So then how to close the loop, root.main loop, okay. Like so. So now if we run this, we should get a little window. No? Ah, there you are. Awesome. Cool. Okay, so we get a little window now. Like that. Can I... Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we get a window. Now we can do stuff to this, right? Now we need to do stuff to this. So what exactly am I needing to do with this guy? We want, let's get our whiteboard out. Ah, whiteboard. Okay, so how do we want to design this GUI? So I think at the top, I want tabs. So we'll have like a tab system, right? And then the current tab that you're on, rather, so we'll kind of leave it like this, right? The current tab that you're on will be open with whatever. So like it looks something like this, if you can envision this. So the current tab is open, and then this is like inventory, the inventory tab. This will be the expenses tab, and then like da 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 da. This will be like the settings tab, right? Hey Adele, welcome in. Yeah, the beard is gone. Yeah, it'll be back in a couple days though. Just let it grows pretty quick. But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming in, joining me today. Leave a like if you're enjoying it so far. We're gonna be learning some Tkinter here, really putting it to practice here. So we have to have a root. We have called the main loop method on the root to start the loop of our thing. So this is what I want kind of going on. So um, so how can I cut? What are some of my customization options? Right. Here are some customization options for your root window. Root title, my app. root.geometry, we'll set the height, restrict resizable false, set a background color. Okay, so let's take our root and let's add in some things here. So let's give our root a title. This is fun. This is fun. We're customizing this, guy. So if you guys are following along, try to implement this yourself and open up a little program of yourself and do what I'm doing and get physical practice with it. It'll help you guys, or if you're just working and you can listen in the background and just hang out with me. Okay, so this is cool. This is fun. We're designers. Okay, so we need a title. Root dot title is going to be, quote, small business is going to be, we'll say, we'll use an F string here and we'll import from, what was it, globals, import all. So these are our globals file. These are constant variables in Python. You can't declare constants. You can syntactically kind of infer their constants with top letters. So I have a globals file here just to keep track of these, variables that I won't be changing, basically, just to help keep organization. So we're gonna do the sys name here. Right, like that. So now let's go ahead and run this. Little by little, guys, we're gonna go. All right, now we have a window. Small Business Manager 1.0 by Michael Deming. Woo! Awesome. We are converting the Small Business Manager into a GUI finally. I'm tired of saying, oh, one day I'll do it, one day I'll do it. I need to take my own advice, you guys, and I need to just bite the bullet and just try it, right? So we're finally branching out of the CLI interface, and we're going to set up a kind of a GUI here. So it's going to be really, really cool when it's all done. I'm really excited. Hopefully you guys are too. Welcome in. We completed yesterday week 1 lecture on the CS50X course. So if you didn't catch that stream, go back and watch it. I also recorded it and I will be uploading tonight after the stream. I'll chop up and edit the the stream and give it the condensed version, part 1 of the lecture 1. I'll do that tonight. So okay, let's keep going here, you guys. Woo! Okay, next up. So I do want to set a permanent size. So I'm going to say root dot. So I'm going to, just to organize my file. So this is going to be setting window. So I don't want to call this root. I'm going to call it window just to be a little bit more explicit here. I know it's probably declared as the root in a lot of these people say, but I think window is a little bit more obvious. So setting window title, which is the yeah, right, setting window title. Let's go ahead and setting the window size, right? So we're going to call window dot size or no, dot geometry is going to be, quote, height. I'm going to make it, let's just do 400 by 400. Let's see what that looks like. Let's run. Open this up. Ah, cool. So that's a little bit small. I'm thinking like this size is good. And I'm going to make it non-resizable. I think like this size is pretty good. Maybe like this size. So height would be kind of almost double the width. So I'll make the height or the width like, let's jump this up to 600 and we'll say this is 900, not double but 1/3 higher. So that's a little bit too high, a little bit too much on that one. So let's make this 800. Let's see what that window size looks like. Okay, that's a little bit too skinny. Let's go 700 and increase this to 600 or 600. Let's try that. All right, cool. I like that. That's a good size. I might make it just a little bit wider. Just do 700 by 700. Okay, that works. I like that. I think maybe I know I'm being annoying. Okay, yeah, 700 by 700 works. Cool. Hello, everybody. For those that are new here, thanks so much for joining me today. Today is January 5th, the Sunday. We are learning Python today, learning, teaching, practicing, putting stuff into play, building a project. I'm going to do some reading into the data structures and algorithms in Python book that we've been reading, right? Ooh, let me go ahead and pull that up. I restarted my computer before the stream. Uh, Hold on, guys. One sec. Pardon me. DSA in Python. Cool. Yeah, so we'll continue on with our data structures and algorithms in Python a little bit later in the stream. I do want to do a couple more practice problems, maybe 2 or 3. And then also we do need to read about, I want to read 10 pages of chapter 8. It is a 50-page chapter, so it's going to be long and a couple days for us to get through. So we do need to start chipping away. I want to get through at least 10 pages today and get notes taken. But I'm really excited to learn Tkinter here and apply this. I like the tab idea. Resize, change background color, and then start organizing. Awesome. Thanks so much, Adele, for being here. Yeah, that's what we're going to get. Hello, Ellis Dominguez. Welcome in. Welcome back. Michael being happy over this is so wholesome. Yeah, I really enjoy it. It's super fun building stuff. I don't have to go outside and put a hammer on stuff to build things. I can build it in my desk chair, which is cool. No worries. Use these streams as like a way to hold yourself accountable if you're going back to school for the semester, right? You're gonna have homework and stuff, so just put on the stream and have it in the background and hang out with me and do your homework alongside me, right? It's just a way to, have a reminder to, okay, I'm just gonna, it's, I don't know, a way to make doing your homework a little bit easier, right? It's always more fun if you're doing it there with somebody, not maybe won't be doing your homework with you, but just having someone there to help, keep the the good vibes going, I guess. All right. Yes, we're building a GUI for our small business manager. I'm going to try to convert it into a small business manager here, or into a GUI here. Okay, so we have our geometry. So let's go ahead and setting, um, so resizable, setting window size. So I'm going to apply just it to this one and say window size dot resizable. False, false. So do I have to actually put this back on window directly? Can I not stack these together? No. Oh, it just doesn't like my E here. I spelled it wrong. Huh. Alright, false and false. Okay. Like so. So now you cannot resize. Cool. So now if we open this and run, now we shouldn't be able to resize this. Nice. No option to resize. Woohoo! Cool. So cool. Okay, now let's keep going. Set background color. Okay. Um, Color. Setting colors. Right. So we're gonna go window.configure. And then for these attributes associated with them, we have background is equal to, now I want this to kind of mimic a, like a Windows XP kind of style. I think is so cool because Tkinter actually looks kind of like that theme. So if we have like a Windows XP style interface, then that'll be great. So what I'm going to do is let me go ahead and I'm going to look up on using this ChatGPT, what is the color code or the hex color code for Windows XP Lite for Windows XP, dark gray. Often in classic theme, this typically corresponds to the hex button shadow. The hex color codes are approximately this. Okay. So will it take a hex code? Will window or root dot config config your right accept hex codes? Yes, we'll accept hex codes. Okay, cool. So now let's open this up and see what we get. Ah, okay, so we get this gray now. Cool. So we get a gray background now. So let's go, what are more dot configure attributes? Allows you to modify various widget attributes. Here are some commonly used attributes for Tkinter root window and general widgets. Background color, foreground color, sets the text color for widgets like label or button labels. Border width sets the border width. Relief determines the border style. Flat, raised, sunken, groove, or ridge. Ooh, let's mess around with some of this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna say relief equals flat. Whoops. Is it quotes? So now what does that look like? I don't know. Nothing much. I don't see any difference. Raised, sunken. So let's say relief is sunken. So this might be for like borders of like widgets, so we might not see anything yet. Okay, whatever. Well, width and height sets the height. Font. Cursor changes the mouse when hovering over the widget. Specific attributes for the root window. So the title, not used in configure, but sets the title, so we got that. Icon bitmap. Oh. Icon bitmap sets a custom window icon. Ah. So we can import some sort of icon then. Attaches a menu to the root. Okay, so let's try that. What does that do? Window dot menu. Cursor arrow. Okay. Let's see some. It will take cyan, cinnabar, blue, bud green, tangerine. Yeah, these are Windows XP colors. Bud green, tangerine yellow. Oh, that are in like the logo? Yeah. Okay, got you. All right, next up. So what do we background color, light blue, geometry, offset, position on screen. Background color. Ooh. X and Y offset. You can increase the position. Okay, so let's just get rid of this guy. We don't need it. Yeah, Windows XP, like back in the like think of like an old task manager app, like window, like how it was all kind of retro style. Yeah. I wish you waited to implement graphics when we got to web dev, but good job, nice. Yeah, I know. I wanted to just try it. I was really kind of wanting to keep going, and but it's just good practice. It keeps us coding using object-oriented stuff. So yeah. Yes, we're getting somewhere here. Okay, so let's go. Let's keep going here. Um, is there a header widget? Tkinter doesn't have a specific header widget, but you can create one using a label. For example, use a label widget at the top of your window. Header equals label root welcome to my app Arial blue font. Place it at the top using header.pack fill the X line. This effectively acts as a header. Would you like to explore styling it further? No, so I guess we don't need a header then. Okay, so we'll say, what about for tabs? For creating tabs in Tkinter, you can use the TK notebook widget, which acts as a container for tabs. From Tkinter, import TTK, create a notebook widget. Notebook equals notebook root. Okay, so let's try that. So I think we're already importing everything from Tkinter, so we can just call TTK on the notebook. So notebook is equal to TTK dot notebook of the window, inside a window, right? So I guess we need to go from Tkinter, import TTK. Okay, now what do we get? Nothing still. Okay. Because we need a packet, I think, right? Create frame of each tab. Tab 1. Okay, so this will be tab 1 is equal to tk dot frame of notebook. tk dot frame Is it ttk dot frame? Add the frame to the notebook, notebook.add. Expand would equal to true. Fill would equal to, quote, both. So now if we run this, okay, we have a tab here. Now, what's going on here? So, notebook, TTK frame. We're creating a notebook. For tabs. Okay, we are going to add in tabs. So tab 1 tab 1 with the text of inventory, right? So now if I run this, you get inventory here. Oh, whoops. Like so. Cool. Now, so we created a notebook. We added the tab to the notebook. Or we just created a tab. We added the tab to the notebook. We add tabs to the notebook. And then we pack the notebook to the window. Okay, yeah. Perfect. Okay, that's what's happening. So now if we want to add more tabs, let's just keep doing that. So tab, we'll say this is going to be inventory tab. Inventory tab is equal to this. We'll take inventory tab and put it here, right? And then, so that does that. We have inventory as our tab name, and then we pack it. So then, and we fill both directions, X and Y. Cool. So now, let's go ahead and add a few more tabs. Let's duplicate this, whoops, let's duplicate this down twice. Let's make this the expenses tab. And then we'll make this the settings tab. We'll duplicate this down twice. We'll change this to the expenses tab. Change this to the settings tab. See, just like this, guys, we're already getting 3 tabs built. You know, I've been working on this for about 15, 20 minutes here, so it goes pretty quick once you just kind of step in and start doing stuff. Now, we are using some AI here. I mean, we'd have to do the same thing to like read the book, so we're kind of using the AI to cut out that process. So take that with a grain of salt, but I mean, it's all the same learning process. Hopefully, I mean, we're learning that we have add here. Okay, so we have to add to the notebook. We pack to the window, right, to the root. Okay, and then this is going to be the expenses. Whoops, what happened there? Yes, exactly. We're adding a GUI for our program here. Or at least we're trying to get some practice with it. And then we have here is going to be settings, right? Now if we run this, what do we get? Aha, we got 3 things. Nice. Okay, so now I want these, though, to be all the way to the left. I want them to be all the way to the left of the window side here, right? So how can we do that? We're adding in the tabs. Expand. What does the expand and fill do? The expand and fill options control how widgets are resized and placed within their container. Expand true makes the widget expand to take the available space. Fill both makes sure the widget stretches to fill the container horizontally. Fill X and fill Y. Both ensure that the widget stretches in all directions. Okay, got you. Okay. Sweet. This is cooler, no? Yeah, you guys are right. All right, so now we've done that. Um, okay, so now what's next is um, let's say what is next? What do we need? What's kind of where to go from here? Um, I guess we need, let's first focus on the inventory tab, right? And then let's display the inventory in a scrollable section within the window, right? That's my, so we have our program here. I want the inventory expenses and settings to be on the left side, right? I want those to be on the left side. And then okay, so how to reposition the tabs. To reposition the tabs in a notebook, you can use the tab position option, which specifies where the tab bar appears. Top, default, bottom, left, notebook. Okay, so we're going to call notebook equals root. And we'll say tab position equals quote W for west. So now didn't like that. Oh, quote tab position. Let's take this, throw it right here. The tab position also is not available in standard notebook. This feature is part of an extended version like tile, which might not be supported in Python. The bottom tab is placed to custom tab placement. Anyone have any idea? So we wouldn't use tab position. What other method? No. What other methods for moving the tab position to the left? So show tab notebook select 0. Button 1 root. So interesting. We have these here. Okay. Now what? Let's go ahead and say, appreciate you guys joining me here. How you guys doing? What are you guys working on right now? Let me know what you guys are working on. Okay, so I need to create, what are more widgets I can use? label button, entry, text, check button, radio button, list box, scroll bar, canvas, spin box, scale, pane window, frame, dropped option menu, a new window, a label of frame. Okay. So what do we want to do next? That's where we got to be creative here. Is now we got to figure out what comes next, rather, right? So in inventory tab, let's just try to get a viewable section here of all of the items in our CSV, right? We'll have all of their placeholders come up, and then all of their values come up as well, right? So what would I need to do that? So we could say a scroll bar for widgets like text, list boxes. So list box, a list of items a user can select from. Okay. So give me more info on list box. A list box in Tkinter is a widget that displays a list of items in which the user can select. It's great for creating menus and selecting selection lists. Here are key points about the list box. So you create the list box, you pack it in, insert, you can select an item by an index. Okay. Configure multi-selection, allow multiple items to be selected. Browse multiple. Alright, well, let's try this then. So we'll go here, we'll go down, and we'll say inventory list is equal to a TK or TTK dot list box for window. So why don't we have list box here? Just that. Okay. We add the list box. And let's pack it in. So now what do we get? Okay, we get this thing down here. So I want this to be in the inventory frame. Like that, in the inventory tab. Perfect. So now that gives me this list box here. Now, what do we need to do to it? We need display the items in our items CSV file. So we're going to come here and say import CSV. So this, so you can insert an item using .insert. So I'm just going to copy this really quick and put it in and see what happens. Like so. And if I run this, what do I get? I get an error. No insert. Yeah, hey Iron, I appreciate you coming in. Yeah, I read your message. I think I replied to you as well. Thanks so much for those kind words. Yeah. Getting this. Inventory list. Put for inventory. See, but TTK has no attribute list box. I'm importing Tkinter as all, so that's why I can get the list box here. I was getting the list box. Insert. I don't have TK. Seems to be using TK. Hey, Scary Sticks, welcome in. I'm just trying to convert over our Task Manager application from a CLI into a GUI interface. So we're currently messing around, not getting really too far right now, but we're messing around with that. I appreciate you coming in today. Welcome. This is getting difficult. So I So I'll say don't show me code, but walk me through what I would need. I am wanting to display inside an inventory tab display inside an inventory tab a list of all inventory items within a CSV found inside the folder. To display a list of inventory items inside an inventory tab from a CSV file, you need these steps. Read the CSV file using Python's built-in CSV module to open and read the CSV file. The file should contain your inventory data, item names, quantities, prices, etc. Create a list box or a tree view. Whether you use a list box or simple list or a tree view for more structured data with columns to place the widget inside your inventory tab. Populate the list. Read through your CSV file line by line. Insert each item into the widget displaying the relevant data with item names and quantities. If using tree view, you'll define columns to represent different fields like item name, price. Okay, so that's what we need. We need the tree view. Here we go. So we need the tree view. Okay, so right now we need an inventory list equals tree view. TTK dot tree view, right? All right, and then we'll say okay, give me more info on ttk dot tree view. TTK.TreeView is a flexible widget that allows you to display hierarchical data in a table-like format. It can display data in rows organized by columns, and is perfect for situations. Okay, perfect. Columns. You can define multiple columns. Rephrase this, but show me simple code examples. So you'll need to create a tree view widget, right? So we have a inventory list is equal to our tree view widget. We have, which is inside of our, not our root, but our inventory tab, right? We're going to give it a bunch of columns. Which are going to be these guys, right? So we'll have item number. We got a lot of columns here. So columns are, quote, item number. Next column is going to be item description, or item name rather. Next column is going to be item size. Next column is going to be cost of good, right? Next column is going to be date created. Perfect. I'll wrap these. Next column is going to be date listed, listing price, date sold, sold price. Boy. Date listed, date sold. So let me go like this. Let me just copy this here. Just paste like this. A bunch of these. Okay. So date listed, date sold. Date, or this is, oh sorry, date listed. This is gonna be listing price, right? Date sold. This will be sold price. Our next column is shipping method, shipping price. Right, our next column is going to be active status, right? So those are our columns for this tree view. And then we can pack this tree view like such. And what do we get? So we get a bunch of columns here, but no actual data being represented inside of them. Now it might just because the font is the same color as the background, but we don't. Okay, so now, why is that? Define columns. You can specify column headings with the heading method. The first column is usually the main label item name. Oh, okay, so we gave these columns these titles. Okay, so now we have to give each column a that's kind of annoying. Whatever. I guess you got to do it. Treeview.heading, or it's gonna be inventory list.heading. Right. We're gonna give quote heading is gonna be item number. The text of item number. So could I just okay, item number, could I just use a for loop here? Item number like that. So now if we run this, what do we get? None type attribute for heading. Take this. Does it like this? Looks like you're trying to create a tree view and add column headings, but there are a couple issues with how the widget is configured and set. Specifying your chaining pack directly to tree view, which returns none. Create a tree view without chaining the pack widget. Okay, so I'm gonna take this then, because I don't want to write all that. We're gonna have to write all this anyways, right? So I'm gonna take this, put it right there. Cool. So now if I, nice. Okay, that does that for the heading. And now if we run that, what do we get? All right, sweet. Now we have a list here. Nice. You don't need to find column 0, but it's usually reserved in the hierarchical data. If you don't need it, you can leave it out. Pack is used to add the widgets within the container, but it should be called out the container's widgets properly. Like, you may want to configure column width as the width equals some sort of value. Okay, so we need to assign a width to some of these. We'll say width is equal to some value of column stir and option. Okay, say 100. Let's see what that looks like for that first column. Option unknown width. Oh, in column, this is done. Okay, so I need to go like this then. Do dot column. Call a column on this, and for a column item number, we're going to change the width equal to 100. Run that. Now we get this, and item number is much smaller. Perfect. So then we'll go ahead and so what if I say this? What can I do like a do I have to like specify these line by line, or can I call a loop over all of these if I want to set them all? You get what I'm trying to say, you guys? Can I say like can I create a list of all of my headings, my column headings, right? And then say for every heading in column headings, set the column, call the inventory list dot column for the heading, and then set the width to whatever, right? Could I do that technically? So if I have like inventory list headings is equal to an empty array list here, we'll take all of these, put them here, not sure why I did that. Like so. Okay. And then I don't know why it does it, formats these so poorly. Hold on. I just fix these. Okay. Like that. Okay. So we'll say for every heading, for every inventory list heading in inventory list headings, we're going to call the inventory list dot heading for the item number here. Oops. Right, we'll say for the inventory list heading, we'll call that another f string and say text equals an f string here of inventory list heading, like so. So that will do that. Then we can also call inventory list dot column for the inventory heading, right, for this guy. And then we'll set the width equal to 100 for all of these. So now we can remove all of that and just do this. Boom. Awesome. Nice. Now how can I set column? Okay, so 0. So then I just would like to, I just want to remove column 0. Column 0 doesn't do anything. I want, technically column 1 is what I want, right? So to remove column 0, you can usually for the hierarchy tree, you can use the following approach. Remove the default column, set 0 column as an empty string, which effectively hides it. Here's how you can do it. How could I set column 0 to my, rather than removing, how can I just shift my elements or headers down 1 to fill column 0. Without removing, you simply use the column 0 for your data and leave your columns with rooms. Okay, so we have to call column 0 here for item number in our headings. Okay, so I'll have to have a separate loop then for heading hey, welcome in. Thanks so much, Distracted Funny. Appreciate that. Jevin, K7, new here. Are you a CS student? No, for those that don't know, I graduated back in 2021 with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company, and I make biological controls used in patient testing and diagnostics and so forth. I'm teaching myself Python and various programming stuff in computer science for the past about 6 months, probably near 7 months now. And yeah, it's been going great so far. I'm just doing it to further compound my skills as a scientist, as a student, in general. So yeah, right now we're building a small business manager. I've currently got a working CLI program, but I'm trying to convert it into a GUI program now. So yeah. So we need to incorporate and define the first, or the 0, or we would have to use the show of headings to hide the default view. So I'm going to take this and hide the 0. Like so. Like that. Perfect. So now if we run this, that one is removed. Awesome, this is coming along. Here we go. I've heard people say GUI instead of the letters GUI. Yeah, GUI. It's probably another way people say it. So now we need to add in a scroll bar to this guy. Okay. How can I now add a scroll bar to my tree view for both vertical and horizontal. To add a both tree view, you can create a scroll bar widget for each vertical axis and associate them with the tree we visit. Here's how you can do it. So I don't want it to no code, but simple snippets. Okay, so here's some, okay, so we need to now create scroll bars for this. So I'm gonna, to break things up, I'm gonna use like lines here. All right, I'm not sure, what do you guys recommend for keeping things organized? It's starting to get pretty complex here. So we have an inventory list being created. We have a notebook being created. But it's starting to get complex here. Okay, so now we have a vertical scroll bar associated with this one. A formulation scientist is quite a career. What exactly was your main motivation for this? I was just pretty good at chemistry in college, and it just kind of stuck. I know, looking back, if I would have been introduced into computer science, I probably would have gone down that route. It really intrigues me, and I really like it. And I've been considering going back, but I'm using this channel as a way to try to learn the material first in case I do go back, it'll just be that much easier, right? So we've been teaching ourselves, reading out of books, using DSA and Python, all that stuff. And yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me here, and thanks so much for following along, Jevin. I appreciate you for coming in and joining me here. I look forward to talking with you in the future too. Okay, so inventory list scroll bar vert is equal to scroll bar vert is equal to tk dot scroll bar for not into the root window but into our inventory list. We're going to set orient equal to vertical. Length of scroll bar should what is the command inventory? The command or is used to link the scroll bar to the tree user so the scroll bars can control the scrolling behavior and vice versa. Okay. So we say inventory list scroll bar command equals inventory list dot y view. We're going to copy this down and do for horizontal. Horizontal for inventory list to horizontal, and this will be X view. Now what happened? Okay. So then we have to configure the inventory list for for these scroll bars. Configure y scroll command equals vertical scroll dot set, which should be this guy up here, which would be inventory scroll bar vertical. We'll do this one more time and set X scroll command to inventory set horizontal. Now vertical scroll. Y scroll command, X scroll command, configure. So create the vertical bar, create the horizontal bar, link the scroll bars to the tree, and pack the scroll bars. So we need to pack these ones. So go inventory scroll bar vertical dot pack side equals quote right, fill equals quote y. We'll take this down, we'll pack the horizontal one now. We'll say this is going to be bottom, and we'll fill on the x axis. So now if we run this, no. Does this need to be root? Or window, I mean? We'll try that. No, we have a scroll bar on the bottom window, but we don't want, no, not for the whole window. We just want a scroll bar on the inventory list, right? Okay, it's putting it here, but there is no. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay, so that does that, but there's no like icon. How to have a icon for the scroll bar. Image. Not directly support images. There's a thumb by default. If you're looking for custom images. So then how? Jevin says, just took a quick tour on your channel. I've got to say this is one of the smoothest paces I've seen from a self-learner like myself. Oh, awesome. Considering the fact that you're actually taking your time to understand what's going on. Most CS students just sail through the courses even without learning anything. Yeah, that was exactly my approach, is that I felt like a lot of, the current method of CS is to try to gather as many resources as possible, but you're kind of skimming through them. I'm trying to take a different approach and, really master the material before moving on. So yeah, that's kind of my philosophy. Awesome. Okay, so we have inventory. Show me how. frame pack true film. So then if I were to tailor it to mine, tailor it to me here, like so. So what do? They say they take an inventory frame, an inventory tab. They create a frame to hold the tree view and the scroll bars. Okay, but I have a notebook tab that's holding that already. Inventory tab is a frame. Okay, so we're already doing that. What if I remove and just make, say, frame here, like so, rather than calling TTK frame? What does that look like? No different, really. Okay. Okay. Well, I really appreciate your kind words, Jevin. Thank you so much for all those nice words. Thank you. So fill both. So we already are creating a frame. We're creating the tree view from the inventory frame. Yeah, for the tab with all of our things. We're showing headings, inventory list headings for, got you. So this is the tree view creation. Inventory list headings equals here for every they take this, they put it down. So they do the scroll bar vert equals ttk dot scroll bar inventory frame inventory list orient command inventory list y. Yep, okay, same thing. Rather than packing up here, they're packing down here. Like there. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, now what? Now let's try to get items to be populated into here. Right? That's our goal here. Um, um, mm, this is pretty fun. Okay, so what are some of the TTK styles? one says label styles, entry, combux, tree view styles. Tree view styles. The tree view widget Tkinter. Background, foreground, row height, field. Wow. Selected. Heading. Yeah, this has been fun. I will say though, you guys, I am not that. I'm been losing a little bit of fire here. I'm not that passionate about the whole, graphical portion of things. Like, it just doesn't really do much for me here. Like in terms of, I I think I much rather work in the CLI or just, you know, it just I'm more interested in the data aspect behind things. So I'm kind of losing a little bit of fire here for you to Kinter and stuff. I kind of am like my mind is telling me, "Ah, just switch back to our CLI environment and keep going." Are you going to become a software engineer? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what the future entails. I'm currently a physical scientist. I work as a formulation chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. And so I'm just learning programming as additional skills and to, do more. But I wouldn't be opposed to any, open doors that come down in the future and stuff. Hey, Moet, thanks so much for coming in and leaving a message. You're awesome. You're great. Okay. Yeah, GUI work is seemingly never fun. It can be rough. Yeah, I just I don't know, you guys. I'm just not really that. I know I try to keep a positive mindset and approach about these things, but I'm just not too like passionate about the interface aspects of things. Like it's just not something I really care to kind of keep diving into. Now, I know that there's going to be some front end things that pop up like in our CS50X course and we're obviously we'll have to learn them when we get there, but I I don't know. I just would much rather just take in like simple inputs and do something with data and everything rather than like creating styles for buttons and everything. It just seems kind of monotonous here. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's your guys' experience with that? So I'll put this on the back burner for right now. This GUI class. So right now we've gotten this is what we have so far. Is this. Now I am tempted, you guys. Um, I like to leave the GUI to the end. It's just not interesting to me. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Is I'm much more interested in becoming in the data aspect behind these things of understanding the object orientation and managing the items and the data structure and the functions behind them. I'm not really I don't I it seems like we it was just a good little introduction here. It's never fun. Working on a full stack web app right now is it's been the most tiring part. Yeah, it just seems like there's so many like user edge cases you have to think of as well for different types of things and interaction and um, anyways, but it was good little practice to get some warm up into this. We were able to create like a window and we're able to resize it. We were able to, but I wanted to do like a little test here, guys. I want to see, this is what we were able to come up with in like an hour and a half of work. So in an hour and a half as a beginner, we were able to create three separate tabs and inside of one of the tabs have an inventory array or list here, right? Now, my goal was to have like this tab be kind of sized um, maybe a little bit smaller, and then at the bottom have buttons be able to like add an item, remove an item, update item, whatever, and then another window would pop up with the input fields. It would be very basic. So I think we could probably get there little by little. But I want to do a little tester here. I know we're not. This is little beside the point. So I'm gonna do a test.py file here. I'm going to ask the AI to. I'm going to see what it can come up with. I want to see how good it is compared to me. I was able to make that in an hour and a half. And I will say, can you try to make a GUI using Tkinter and in the style and theme of a 90s Windows task manager app. I want there to be 3 tabs at the top, one for inventory, expenses, and settings. I want the inventory tab to have a list view of inventory items with buttons to add items to the list. I also, okay, we'll just start with that. We'll see what happens. Ready? This is going to be kind of depressing. We'll see what it comes up with. All right, it's creating it here. Here it goes. Oh boy. Okay, we'll take this. Write the full thing. I want to see what you can come up with. Oh, here we go. Oh boy, it's pretty long. Okay, here we go. We'll take it. We'll paste it in here, and we're gonna run it. Here we go. New item. Medium. Oh wow, it does that. Wow, dang it, man! It totally smoked me. Oh, expense. We'll say like shipping, $10. Oh. Oh dang, lost to the AI. We're out of jobs, everybody. We're out of jobs. Um, that's pretty good. Dang it. Change background color. Purple. Oh, change background color. Purple. It needs a quote. Unknown name, light blue. Needs light blue like that. Unknown color, light blue. Okay, it doesn't work, but wow, dang it, that's so troll. I'm kind of triggered that it beat me. Oh, wow. Okay, so what did it do instead? So for this one, it created a root, 90s Task Manager style app with a geometry configured and a background style of this. It created a style, notebook style, padding, used some different fonts. It created a notebook for tabs, created an inventory tab. This was the list box. Okay, we did this as well. They have an add item function here. They have an add button. Wow, okay. Whatever. Delete. Delete, get out of here. AI. Okay. So it definitely smoked us there. I mean, ours is kind of pretty though. We have like a scroll bar and like everything. You can't actually see where you're scrolling though, but you have a scroll bar And so, I mean, we got something here though, at least, which is kind of cool. um, Nadid says, "Can you tell me how you manage your time between job and learning computer science?" Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm just going to be 100% transparent. I don't really have any other hobbies. I I go to work, I come home, um, I kind of between my commute, I come home, I grab something to eat, I feed my animals, my dog and my cat. I take my dog out to the potty and go to the bathroom and walk, and then I study and stream, and I've been doing that for the past, over the past month now, and I've been, officially like every day, and then on and off, I've been doing it for the past, 6 months. So, um, I'm just being frank with you. It's my primary hobby, and so to be able to put in this amount of hours that I have is because of that. Like I don't do really anything else. I don't really have a lot of like in-person acquaintances. I am a pretty introverted guy, and when it comes to like in-person stuff, and so I just put in a lot of time outside of work. I'm amazed after working you still put in so many hours of mental work. Yeah, my job, I've gotten pretty good at it. Like I've been there for 3 years, so a lot of the products that I build, I have built before, and quite a few times. So I do have a lot of kind of mental memory, I guess, for what I need to do on my daily, processes, what solutions I need to make, what adjustments I need to make. But when I was first starting out, I was putting in a lot of my mental capacity into my job because I was having to train and be learn it all. So, I in all honesty, when I was first starting, I probably couldn't have done something like this, and that's probably why I didn't, because I was putting in a lot of time and mental capacity, into retaining all that knowledge that I was learning on the job. But now that I've kind of developed that kind of muscle memory and that habit for it, I can start to expand out and, spread myself out on some other topics. Hey, Jonathan, welcome for coming. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you for joining me. Welcome. Make sure you get your rest, bro. Remember, not robots. Don't push yourself to the max. Yeah, that's another thing I also need to work on better too. Is I because I don't have much other things to do and I do this often. My mind does get tired sometimes, and I can feel myself start to like become less efficient, and I start to program slower and things like that. So I do have to take some breaks and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, I just shaved. I didn't get a haircut. I just shaved. Thanks for coming in, Tim. Appreciate you for joining me today. If you guys are enjoying talking with me and being here, please leave a thumbs up. It just helps to keep the channel supported. And the YouTube algorithm picking us up here, which is really great. And it's awesome to see you guys here hanging out with me. Okay, so I'm going to shift our focus back to our actual CLI environment because I want to show like what our program actually does. I want to work on it for a little bit here, right? So our program, I've kind of created these menus on my own, so which it does everything kind of what it needs to be done, right? So we have inventory, transactions, settings. We can create and load in inventory items. So this is what I'm going to do. Well, let's do a demo for those that are new here. For exit, yes. Okay. Let's do a demo here, you guys. Let's wrap our program here. Okay, we'll go to our CSV and delete all of our items. Actually, I'll go ahead and just delete the whole CSV file to show you guys that we actually don't need it. It will auto-create. So if we go ahead and run our program, we have a CSV file that will get created upon entering. Boom. There it gets entered and it gets populated with all of these headers, right, that we have established. I'm going to, let's go ahead and bring our terminal window down here. There we go. Okay, like that. So you guys can see these items being populated. So I have 3 menus here within my project. So if you guys are wanting to create this isn't exactly like a small project. I've been working on it for a few weeks now. It's taken a lot of managing and things like that. But it's a fairly simple project in terms of the actual structure and flow and what's actually going on. It's just taken a lot to get to this point, at least for my understanding so far. So we have a Small Business Manager 1.0 by Michael Deming that we've now entered into. We have a file called items.csv, which has a bunch of header options that will obviously correlate to a matrix of rows and headers, rows and columns for various items that we put in. So each row will be a new item, and each column will have a various attribute that describes that item. So we can log our inventory and go into the inventory menu. We can, from here, add an inventory item. We are prompted with giving an item name. So we'll just say that this is the item. We'll say this is a dress test, right? Item. So for those that don't know, me and my girlfriend, we actually run on the side. We haven't been doing it very much lately, but we run on the side a vintage resale clothing business where we source and vintage old clothes from either the early 2000s, 90s, and 80s, and whatever, obviously old clothing, and repurpose them and rehome them to customers for a decent and fairly good budget price. We pride ourselves on not really upcharging on vintage goods. We want to just resource them for more of an environmental standpoint, and also my girlfriend just thinks that it's a good hobby for her and she enjoys doing it. So currently I manage all these items by hand using like Excel documents I've created and whatnot, but I wanted to uh, you know create a system and software that would just be able to do this for me. So we have an item name, we'll give it a name. We'll have a cost of this good. This will be we can, for giving costs, if we say ABC, we are thrown an error. We have to give a cost in whole integer values or a stir that resembles a float. Now it's not actually a float because floats have some rounding errors in abilities, like as we learned in CS50X yesterday. Actually, that was described as the float. Whatever it was unreliability. So we're using whole integer values, and I'm breaking these down into whole US dollars and US cents. So I take in US dollars, I break those down into their whole US cents value, and then I store those as cents values just to have everything be in whole integer values um, into their simplest form. So I have all those functions happening on the back end. So if I enter in, let's say this item cost us $12.56, like that example says. I could have said anything here in either of those forms, but it accepts that. Now we'll give a size. If I say ABC here as well, or blank or nothing, we are given a set of options of medium, extra large, extra small, medium, large, extra large, small, small, medium, large to choose from. Now I do need to fix this bug here, as this set is not being displayed in the proper order. So I do need to fix that. I want it to be in the order of their sizes, right? So these are the available sizes, and we can select from one of them. We're given the prompt to use today's date to load in the item, and use yes or no. I'll say yes. If I said no, we would be prompted with to enter a date into a correct format. I'll actually say no to show that. If I were to say, we'll use today's date, 1, 05 2025. Well, this isn't in this format that is acceptable here. So if I enter this, we get an invalid date, and we are reprompted here. So this would be a 2025 01-05 to do today. And now we would continue going with the quantity. I probably should make that so it doesn't clear upon. So let's do that. Let me grab a sticky note here, and we'll say remove clear on error for date format, right, and then we need to fix available size order reporting for error. Cool. So I'll keep note of there. Um, so then we have quantity. So we originally, right, when prompted, we originally created a quantity within the item class itself, right? Within it. Pardon me. Within the item class itself, I had a attribute in here that was quantity, and it was giving me some problems because I was kind of handling items on the individual basis level, and by having duplicates, right, it technically would not accurately account for the amount of items in the system, right? Each item has a unique item number. And so if I had quantities being associated with under the same item number with each object, then I'd be missing out on X amount of items for whatever item number minus one, right? Or not item number, for quantity minus one. I'd be missing out on all of those additional items, if that makes any sense. So I decided to remove the quantity aspect out of the individual item scope and keep it at a more of a third party perspective, so where I can just take the item itself, duplicate it however times, assigning a new item number to each one, and just create three separate objects rather than having one object with an attribute of three, having three separate objects, one for each physical item. So that's how we dealt with that. So now you'll see here, we have a blank. We're in the process of making and adding an item here, and we have a blank CSV here with our headers. So if I go ahead and say, oh, well, I want to create three of these items, right? Boom, and enter. It will auto-populate, right? New item number, the next item number in our sequence, and then create duplicates for those items. And as you can see, what's interesting is it has that custom put date created. We overrode it and put in today's date, but it was today's date, right? We have the appropriate currency conversions from whole dollars into their total amounts of US cents, CENTS, right? Cents. So we put in that decimal place, it split on that decimal place, converted these to integers, and then basically multiplied by their magnitudes to get their according place in a currency, as ones place, tens place, hundreds place, and so on. So and then concatenates them together, and so that's how that's handled. The active status out on the right side in right here, right? The active status isn't a way to remove items from the database, right? We wanted to create a way to actually remove items from the database, but if we removed an item completely, for example, if I took item number 2 and physically deleted it from the list, well, now what is our problem, right? Our problem is, or a problem that could potentially arise is that we have a missing item number. We have item numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So we would have a gap in our item number sequence, similar to, which could potentially cause issues with, all that jazz. So I decided that once an item is created into the system, it retains and remains in the system forever, right? The active status indicates whether that item is an active item, right? The active status will be your indicator to tell you, okay, this item was removed from the system, whether it be like a broken inventory item, whether it be just a product on the floor that cannot sell and you just want to just give up on it, or you just want to remove it potentially and then bring it back for some whatever reason. So that's what's going on there with the active status. Now, why is that important as well is that, well, now we also have the opportunity we can physically remove those items, like in for like a certain year or season. Then we can also bring them back, so we don't have to just delete them right away, right, outright. We can also incorporate these into some business statistics. For instance, if we don't want to include a broken item or a completely just given up on item into our we want to count it as just a loss or a wash, we can set this to false and just not include it in our like total available items reports or whatnot and so forth. So um, for those, for like detecting, okay, what items do I currently have that are for sale and they're right? So it would first check all of the ones that have a listing date. Right? By having a listing date, you infer that the item is listed and for sale, and then it would cross-reference that with a true status. And if that is, acceptable, it will add that to the count and report that back to you. So that is what the whole goal is of this in theory. So now we have the ability to, right, in the inventory menu to add items. We can also press 2 to actually recall these items and make edits to them while they're already in the system, just in case maybe the user made an error or they want to go back and adjust the price or the name or whatnot. So we can search by item number. We actually don't have a search by name or date created implemented just yet, but we do have the item number search implemented. So we'll go ahead and press 1 and we can search by item number here. We can press, if we say 4, as you can see, item number 4 is not found. That loops back. We can press ABC. As you can see, this says please enter an integer or a number, so that edge case is accounted for. So what happens if I actually give a number that we're looking for? If I say 3.3 or a float, right, please enter an integer or a number, so same thing. So what happens if I give item number 3? Well, we actually pull item number 3 from the database and display some basic attributes to the user and show that these are going to be updated. So if I wanted to update the name, press 1. The new item name, I'll just make this obvious, new item name dress, right? Boom, as you can see, that directly got live updated through this loop here that's being constantly, re-triggered after each entry for that update. So we can see that these updates are happening live. Now if I go to edit the size, we'll make this a large, boom, that got updated. Now keep an eye here on the cost, right? If I go ahead and update the cost to 3, update cost of good, we'll make this, so I want to, now we need to add a bug fix here, so add update string to edit item menus options, right? So for these prompts, right? Cool. So now if we say, well, let's make this $13, right? So like I said before, is the cost, the functions, I'm just recalling these same cost functions over and over again when I first received the inventory, the item, and when I'm going back to edit them, I'm just, recalling those same functions, but I'm just, changing the string prompt for just update the cost of good versus cost of good, right? So I'm calling the same exact function here, so I can give a whole integer value, and boom, it gives me $13. It automatically updates for that in the function itself. If I go back and press 3 again and update the cost to 1577, boom, 1577 gets appropriately written there. Now nothing's happening live here per se because I don't want to directly cause a save instance after each individual attribute load. I figured it would be more memory efficient to do one final write of this item when the user goes back to the main menu, right? This loop is continually ongoing and allowing the user to update these items live for items 1 or options 1 through 5. But we don't actually write the item, just we write it all at once when we go back to the main menu. So if I go ahead and I'll just quickly edit the date created, we'll use a different date. Let's say we created it back in 2024 on Halloween, right? Boom. Oh, that didn't take that. So 2024 10 31. Okay, it took that one. So then see that got updated right there. And then we can set this active status to false if we wanted, and we can also set the active status back to true if we wanted. Cool. So now I'll just set the active status to to true for right now. and leave it there. And then if you press 6 here, boom, that wrote that one item there, and everything got populated to the file. Awesome. Uh, Shin asks, are your sizes stored in an array? So my sizes are currently being stored in, um, where was it? In my, I have a function here called get size, and I have uh, a, I guess a tuple here of the size. So I think I should make this go like this, and make this a set rather, so that this order remains. All right. Um, I assume this is going to go into a program once you are finished. Yeah, well, this is the program. This is the program here. Naman, hey Michael, I'm wondering about the GUI about this program. If you're planning to make one, what will you use? Funny enough, Naman, uh, we actually started to write one today. So my goal was to get a working version 1.0 that works completely with the CLI environment, right? I wanted to get a complete working 1.0 with menu options, custom menus created with the CLI, as you can see here. But then once I have that, I got a little excited and I wanted to kind of try it out. Um, Once we have a working 1.0 prototype version, I want to try to then use that knowledge to then convert into a GUI. So this is the GUI that we've currently started working on. It's pretty basic for right now, but um, we actually took about an hour and a half of our time today, hour and 15 minutes to kind of mess around with this, and we competed against the AI. We asked the AI to make a version, and then we tried to make a version as well. And ours has a scroll bar and everything. It was pretty cool. The AI, uh, he did it in about 30 seconds and made a pretty similar one. But it's all fun. It's all good. So yeah, we actually tried to work on that today. So we have a kind of a working, not working, but a little bit of a starter prototype going on for that. Um, EB says, what does upper do? Just uppercase the input. Yeah, so the upper, all that does is just cause because I have a uh, these values are strings, right? And physical strings representing the values of capital letter X, and capital letter S. I have to when I'm getting an input from the user to compare to one of these sizes, I have to convert this input of the user's item size to uppercase so that it matches the inputs in the set provided. So um, that's what's going on here. If I left it as lowercase, right, or whatever, if the user entered capital X lowercase s, right, well then that wouldn't match any of these. Or if they entered in both lowercase, well that wouldn't match, right, or vice versa, right? So I just uppercased everything and set my boundary checks to uppercase as well, so that they, you know, or I could have just set it all to lower and made all of these lower as well. So either way. Thank you so much for coming in, EB, and leaving a message, though. I appreciate you coming in. It's awesome to hear from you. Okay, what is next, everybody? What is next? Okay, so let's think here. uh, we got a working program here. We can edit items, add items. Adele says, good night, Chad. I have school tomorrow and I've been sleeping till 10, but now I need to wake up at 6 a.m. I'm cooked. Yeah, no worries. Have a good night. I appreciate you for stopping in and hanging out with me today. I will look forward to hanging out with you tomorrow, and you'll have to let me know how your calculus class and stuff is going. If that was you that was mentioning that earlier. Shin asks, oh, okay, I was just thinking but not sure your skill set. I personally never stored items in a set and always use lists or an array to easier sort. It makes sense in case of sorting issues. Oh yeah, so I just used like a hash a set, I guess. I mean, probably could have used a list. It probably wouldn't have mattered. Um, I just did this to keep this order, right? So like in sets, the order has to remain the same, right? That's a property of sets. Does order matter in a set? No, order doesn't matter. Set is unordered collect. Okay, never mind. So I guess I'll just use an array. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? So then if I run this one more time and I try to input an item, or edit item number one, let's try to edit the size and give it ABC here. Available sizes are those. Okay, now it's giving it in the proper order. Okay, cool. Um, Madi Rahman says, "Is this a project?" Yeah, this is a project that we've been writing live on stream for the past couple of weeks. I appreciate you coming in and leaving a message. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful night. I've been sleeping at 7 a.m. in the morning. Next semester starts. I'm screwed. Yeah, my brother, he goes back to school, I think, tomorrow as well. Or he went back today. Probably starts up tomorrow. I'm self-studying calc because I'm taking a math modeling class. My school is a bit different because of from a normal high school, so we learn uh, actuarial science. A set is usually used for quick comparisons if you're familiar with time complexity. A set can do a lookup in O of 1. Yeah. So it was interesting though, when I had this as a set, it would try to receive the items in different order. So if I gave change item size to ABC, right? Why does it give me the items in a random order than the one provided? Why, when calling print on a set, does the values appear in a different order? When you print a set in Python, the values appear in a different order each time because the sets are unordered collections. Internally, sets use a hash table to store their elements in order. The elements of the hash will not guarantee by any specific sequence. Ah, so we need it to be a list in order to keep the order. Ah, okay. Cool. Perfect. Um, by actuarial science, I mean math modeling for real world problems. Well, that sounds like a really fun math class, actually. I haven't touched Python in 5 years and usually use compiled languages. Oh, nice. Well, I appreciate you coming in, Shin, and hanging out with me here. Okay. So, what is next? Like that's the thing here is we need to now decide what to write next for this. So we have a transactions menu. Hmm. So we have an item search in the transactions menu. We can search by item number here for ABC1. We get it. We can convert this item for sale now. Well, we can use today's date, yes. listing price would be, let's say it's listed for 50 bucks, right? Now that should have updated there. Yes, perfect. So nice. So now I think we should write, let's fix these bugs first, and then let's write the item search for item number and date created, right? So let's go ahead and let's try that. Let's write it. Let's do it here. Okay. Get out of here. I don't want to use Copilot. Okay, so let's write this. If you guys are enjoying the stream and hanging out with me, throw it a like if you wouldn't mind. I appreciate you guys joining me here. It's awesome to talk to you guys. Okay, so we don't need discount codes. I remember doing that. Okay, so let's call the inventory find and edit. So we need the search parameter. So find item by. We have a target and an attribute. So if attribute is item name, we're going to say for item in the all items dictionary, right? For every item in the all items dictionary. Now, unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, pardon me, pardon me, you guys. Unfortunately, we only have the option to be able to search through these items in O of n time or linear time. Now, here's what I'm going to say. Our most efficient search in our constant time hashable search is with the attribute item number, right? We implemented the item number to be housed as in our data structure as the key of a dictionary. And key values are accessible in constant time. They are either true, they exist, or they are false, they don't exist. Right? So, sorry, I got the hiccups here. Oh, I keep yawning. Oh my gosh, why do I keep yawning so much? Sorry, guys. So, our items are accessible in constant time via the item number search, but the attribute for their name only exists, right, within the values of the dictionary, which is the item itself, the object. So I guess we'll say if so for key values in all items dot items, right? If the value dot if target so target would not be an int, could be int or stir. Attribute has to be a stir. So So if the attribute hold on. Yeah, if attribute is equal to item name for key value in item all items. No items if the target dot item name is equal to the target. No, it's equal to the target. Right, and this would be value here. If, then we're going to return the value, the item, right? We're going to try and convert the target to a stir and set it back to itself, except if we get a value error, we're going to raise print, except if we get a value error, print out and say raise value error as E. How do you do this? I always forget. Raise value error as E. Try raise value error. Shin says for sorting is O n log n, so in turn it comes down to application. Probably not something to worry about majorly. Love DSA with all my heart so much. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, we got some more chats up here. Sorry, guys. I haven't touched Python 5 years. But thank you for your input. I didn't know what complexity as compared to set for some reason. I just wanted to say good stream. First time joining, but stuff looks good. We'll be back for more. Have a nice night. Thank you so much for coming in, Shin. I look forward to talking with you and connecting with you in the future. Thank you so much for following along with me. You're awesome. So we want to raise a value error and say except for a value error. So if I say if I want to convert input to a stir and raise custom value error. Input user input returning stir if user input equals stir input could happen print raise value error. Okay, so we say except for if we we take the target, we convert it to a string. If target does not equal okay, like raise, so for value error, I will say here we will say error target not stir. Okay, we're just going to convert to the stir. We don't need to. Right. Like that. So now we're going to return the value. Else return none. Right? Like so. So we're going to provide some target and an attribute. Try and do a conversion of int target. No, we don't want to convert to an integer on target. As our so if we int the target accept another value error here. Target not convertible to type int. Okay. So we're going to get some, if the attribute is an item number string, we're going to try to convert the target provided to an integer. So now let's try to test this out. An error here. Expected, okay. yes. So we'll go inventory, find and edit. By item number, let's make sure this still works. 1. Perfect. Go back. Find edit. Item number. Okay, that doesn't work. That works. So now if we go by item, find and edit, item number, name. Okay, that doesn't work. So now we need to actually go up here, run, find and edit item. They enter 2 here for item number name. We need to say clear terminal. Found item equals to item number, search by item number. Okay, so I'll have I have an item search by number function, which will take in the get this Copilot out of here. How do you remove this? There we go. So we have an item, find item by item number. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so now we need to say item number. Into def item search by item name, right? We're going to call this. We're going to ask for the, rather than do this, I'm going to say find item search by type equals quote default string. The type equals to a string. So while true, we're going to do that. We're going to print input f, wrap this in the type. So the type has to options equals to a list of options. So the item number item name, and then item date created, right? So we're going to put the type here, like so. Ask them for a type. If type not in options, return raise value error. Say F type search type type is not accepted. Search types. Types. Okay, available search types. We'll print types here. Call that there, and period. So if the type is not in types, if type not in types raise value error, search type not accepted, available search types is the types. Cool. We'll enter into the while loop and say user input is equal to the type provided for the type given. Cool. And then so we're going to go say, we'll say if type is equal to quote item number, we're going to do this following. Right? elif type equal to quote item this would be menu here rather, right? Search item menu. So elif item name here, right? The type is item name. Hey Angela, welcome in. Almost 800K. Yeah, I wish. That'd be crazy, right? Well, we're growing nonetheless. Almost at 800 subscribers. Thank you so much, guys, for supporting me and following me along this journey as I teach myself to program. For those that are new, I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I work as a formulation chemist, and I've been teaching myself to program for the past 6-7 months now. Greatness Dan, welcome. Right now, we're making a small business manager application. I'm currently just refactoring some functions to serve a more universal approach for some additional features that we're adding right now. So we're adding in a search by name, and so I'm just kind of refactoring our item number search to also include a name search parameter. So if the name is item name, we're going to right? If they enter in a name, an item name parameter, we're going to do the conversion there. So should I do the find item by okay, yeah. So we'll go like this. We'll say right there. So then we'll say if we're equal to item name, right, what are we going to do? So if we're equal to item name, we're going to try and convert the user input to a stir, and then use that stir try take user input is equal to stir on user input. We're going to convert it to a stir, except if we get a value error. Right, we're going to clear the terminal. So I don't want to clear the terminal, I just want to raise this error. Yeah, clear the terminal, continue. Actually, clear the terminal, print this. No, I don't want to do that because I already am doing that in my other function though. So I could just say take in the so I gotta give a target, which is the string and attribute item name. So we're gonna go like this: found item equals to find item by target is equal to user input, and then the attribute is item name. Right? Return found item. So if we get an item, return it, else we're going to return none. We don't need this. This will break out of that and return none no matter what. This will return none if no item is found there either. Perfect. Okay. So now let's try to run this. Yes. Enter. Go to inventory, find and edit by item name. Okay, we get an error here. What's our error? Search by item is not defined. Okay, yeah, we need to call. Go back up here, not search by item. search item search menu, right? And then we're going to call item search menu here, edit item on found item, edit item. Dan says, cool, I've been trying to learn Python for the last 2 weeks every night, but I keep forgetting some stuff like loops. Any advice for retaining that kind of knowledge? Yeah, Dan, this is a great place to be. I've been teaching myself. I would highly recommend you join my Discord and take a download and copy of the Python Crash Course by Eric Maths. This book is really, really great about providing you very basic level examples using cat, dog, car, very elementary school examples, but the principles are very fluent in meaning that they provide the necessary information to fill in the gaps that you probably are talking about. I use this in tandem with CS50P to really learn the basics of Python and improve that way. So I would highly suggest you join my Discord linked below, which provides a roadmap for all of my learning resources that I've done so far, from Python Crash Course, CS50P, to now currently CS50X that I'm taking live, and as well as we have a lot of subscribers that have applied and given their resources as well. Okay, so now if I run this, yes, inventory, find, edit, item number. Okay, that's wrong. Item number menu, item search menu. So we have to give a type here equals to item number. Type here is equal to item name. So now we run that. Yes, inventory, find, edit, item number. Okay, cool, we get it. Back, find, edit, item number, ABC. Please enter that, ABC. Yep. What about item number 5? Not in there. Okay, 2, got it. Okay, cool, perfect. Now if we go back, find, edit, item name, please enter item name. Awesome. Now so we'll say ABC. Okay, not found. So if I running item search menu, if it's item number, do this. If it's item name, return the found item. Return found item. If found item is equal to none, right, we're going to clear the terminal, print, and continue this loop. Print item name, user input not found, continue. Why isn't this continue working? Oh, there we go. It's just the wrap. Okay, so now I press this, go into inventory, find, edit by item number name. If I do ABC here, error ABC not found. Oh, we need to do this to clear appropriately. There we go. 1, inventory, find, edit, item name, ABC, error, item name ABC not found. Please press, so item name, if I say 1, error, item name not 1 not found. Okay, then we'll say dress, item, okay, so what we need to do is take the user input so we need to take the user input and we need to title case it. Right? Okay, yeah, if item name, we're going to search that, okay. Okay. So I kind of want to dissolve this function though. If I do this, Control C. Here. Try, accept, print, for key, if value, clear, print, continue, return. So if they press item name here, we're going to try and convert to a stir, convert target to a stir. Break here. Continue, right? Like that. Perfect. So then we already do this. Okay, so now I can remove all of this. So we're going, if they say item number, we're going to try to convert. If it's not available, accept a value error here, we're going to clear terminal, print this error message up here. Right here, there. So input. Then we want to try again. try and here we'll say if not between 1 and the length of all items, we're going to clear and say it's not found and continue asking. Okay, this can be removed. Let me see, found item equals that. And we'll do this guy here. Found item equals this. This is user input, right? If found item is equal to so we'll say we'll break here actually. And then call this back. Bring this back. If found item is equal to none, we're going to clear and continue, else we're going to return the found item. I have item name to target. This is going to be user input. This is also going to be user input. This is going to be user input as well. This is going to be user input as well. We're going to break. If you find an item so we'll say here found item equals to we'll say actually so can I go like this actually and say found item is equal to found item item for items, right? For if value item equal to user. We do that. No, I guess not. So we say if found item is equal to value, right? So we'll say if found item is not found, and we'll return the found item here. And then break here. So if type is item name, we're going to try and convert the user input into a string. We're then going to, if we get a value error saying we can't do that, which we should be able to no matter what, really it's going to give us this error. We're going to then, if we get past that point, don't get that error, we can successfully convert to a string. We're going to say for key value in all items, if the value.item name is equal to user input, found item is equal to value, right? And we break out of this. And then we're going to do a check. If the found item is none, right, we're going to throw this and continue, else we're going to return the found item. So now, theoretically, I shouldn't need this function at all, right? Let's try it. Okay, so yes, inventory, find edit, item number, ABC, error, ABC not type int. Please press Q to go back. Okay, so we have that. Not convertible to type int. Because we need here, that right there. Okay, now we'll go here. Yes, inventory, find edit by item number, ABC, error, target, ABC, not convertible to type int. Like that, right? If we go like this, we should get a different message now. Error item number ABC not convertible to type int. There we go. Press Q to go back. So then we want to add in a \n here. There we go. So yes, inventory, find edit by item number ABC. Perfect. Error item number ABC not convertible to type equal quote int. Got you. Perfect. So now we go item number, if we say, item number 4 doesn't exist, error item number quote 4 not found. Perfect. Okay. Now if we give an item number that exists, item number 3, okay, boom. So none type has no attribute item number. Okay, we got a bug here. What's going on here? Tim says that's my bedtime read right there. Yeah, for Python Crash Course. Trent, welcome in. I appreciate you coming in. I'm trying to decide if I should go to school for biochemistry or CS. Any recommendations? Yeah, I don't want to guide you too. You obviously got to make some decisions for yourself regarding those major life choices and stuff. But I work as a formulation chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company for the last 3 years since I graduated back in 2021. And it's been really fun. I will say that in my experience with the biotech company, is that if you are looking to get into pay fields above the the standard of, I'd say, and I'm not trying to give too I don't really know too much numbers, but if you're trying to really progress in the field of biochemistry, you are required, and more it seems like nowadays, to go back to school and get a doctorate. Um, I would highly advise against going back and getting a master's in the field because, in my opinion, you can get a job as some sort of job in the field with a bachelor's, and then work for 2 or 3 4 years, and then move on to positions that would have qualified you for a master's, and in all that time you would have gained experience and also saved money. Now, in rather for the same title that you would have as a master's, with a master's degree, then you would have had, you know, not you wouldn't have gained that experience, and you would have had to actually gone in debt, or most likely. So, in my opinion, a master's in biotech is kind of really a waste. Now, if you really are passionate about it and want it, then go for it. But if you're looking for maybe the financial aspects of it, it doesn't seem that viable, in my opinion. The doctorate is heavily preferred for candidates to have over the master's candidates, anyways. And the pay scale between bachelor's and master's really isn't that different for just a couple years of experience needed to qualify. So, but if I were to go back to school right now, I would go back and do computer science. I don't think that um, the competitive market would really affect me that much. Not saying that it wouldn't affect me. It would affect me, but in terms of on like a mental level, I don't really care that it's super competitive. I think that I can provide a unique perspective of, really trying to master this material. I have I have a theory that, the current CS market is so saturated and everything because, a lot of these people aren't really passionate about it. They maybe are just in it and they have a general knowledge, but maybe a lot of these new candidates don't have a mastery or an in-depth knowledge of these materials and topics. So you can try to provide that perspective. And I just think that the way that technology is growing, that um, software engineers are going to be working with those doctorate level biotech people to create products. And so yeah, I don't know if that helps at all. Are you going to eventually transfer the CLI into GUI? Yeah, everybody seems to be really interested into a GUI. So I actually started writing a GUI program here, and so this is kind of the GUI that we have set up so far. It's not really that elaborate, but it's something that we've gotten kind of going so far. That we spent about an hour and a half today writing this. A YouTube guy, welcome. Hey man, I'm a CS major graduating in May and very nervous about the job market. Is there any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on that? Keep up the good work. Um, yeah, so I don't really have too many thoughts because I myself am a student of computer science. Although I'm not in college, I am teaching myself through a similar, through similar resources and mechanisms that are being used at the collegiate level, such as books and like the data structures and algorithms in Python book that we're reading live on stream. We're on chapter 7 here. Um, actually building projects and having actual projects to showcase my work. But I, having the, for those YouTube guy, I am a biochemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. And that being said, I think I can. I'm not really too focused on the job aspect of it. The whole point of this channel is to just kind of break those down because when I was searching for content and resources, everybody was so hope focused and so adamant about getting a job, and that really didn't kind of resonate with me because I already had a job in a neighboring, not a neighboring, but a field, another science field, and so uh, I am fortunate enough to have that kind of that pressure taken off of needing to find work to pay bills and stuff. So might be able to treat this as a hobby and something that I really enjoy. And I think that that is kind of rubbing off on other people, that mindset. And I think people can pick up on it. So if you can treat this as a hobby and something that you're really passionate about learning, care about learning, building upon yourself on a personal level, then I think that will help others to see that and maybe make you a better candidate. I'm hoping that my experience in a neighboring field, as well as my raw passion and desire to teach these concepts to myself, might be an incentive to a potential employer to be like, wow, he was really knowledgeable in this other field, was successful in it, and he still sought out these other resources and still put in the hundreds of thousands of hours to independently learn this material. He has the projects to show for it, right? So I don't have a CS degree, but I'm hoping to bring maybe an alternate perspective to the field. And by doing that, also might be in my favor because it seems like everybody is kind of bringing the same kind of materials, the same projects, the same experiences to the table right now in terms of recent college graduates. So if I'm able to just kind of distinguish myself from them in any sort of way, I think employers are mainly looking for people to be creative. Um, Creativity is a very like under talked about skill that and being creative is another part. If you think about it, the computer science degree in a lot of colleges is factored under the Bachelor of Arts. It is a creative program that it requires you to be able to think abstractly, to be able to create, programs or applications or whatever it may be from nothing. You have to be able to develop and engineer. And so it is a creative aspect, and you need to don't lose, that mindset of I need to bring an alternate perspective to the field, because if you're bringing the same tutorials and projects and whatever that everybody else is, well, oftentimes the only thing that's going to differ is just your name. And unfortunately for the environment that we're in, if you have a certain type of name, you might be looked at differently than other type of name, and it's just how it is. It's just unfortunate, but it's just realistic. And so providing other materials that aren't just your name and that is the sheer difference between you and candidate A and candidate B, I think is probably key as well as that passion, displaying that passion. But again, take this with a grain of salt. I am not in this industry. I'm trying to learn it and get my foot in there. So take that being said, yeah. Okay. So this says that the item number selected item attribute as a none type. Um, hmm. So we are doing an item search here. We are returning the found item. If the found item is none, right, we're going to continue this loop. If the if the type is item name, we're going to do this. So item value to item name. Item to item number selected on line 125. So we found an item. It was of none type though. Okay, so we're finding an item in our search. We call it edit item on found item. Right. So if I go yes, inventory, find, edit. If I find item by item number, if I go ABC, not correct. If I go item number 5, not found. If I go item number 1, we don't get the item. So it's the item number function. Okay, so item search. Here's our types. If type is not in types, we're going to raise a value error saying it's not accepted as not types. Else we're going to say while true, user input is equal to input for the type. If the type is equal to item number, we're going to try and convert the input to an integer. We say found item equal to So let me define up here found item equal to none here, so that this gets overrode if we find an item initially. And if it remains none this whole time, well, we continue this loop. And we'll return the found item. Okay, so let's try that. Yes, inventory, find edit by item number 1. No, object none type. Okay, so so while true, if this found item equals this, we're going to break on this. Which returns none out of the loop. When you would go here, return found item there. Like so. Okay. This breaks. Alright, I think that's it. Inventory, find edit, item number 1. There we go. Now we're getting the item. Cool. Now if we go back, find edit item number ABC. Now ABC not convertible to type int. Item number -1, not found. Item number 7, not found. Item number 3, found. Perfect. Now if we go item number back, you do find edit by item name. Now we need to give an item name. So if we say dress test, we say ABC, what happens? Error ABC not found. If we say 1 not found. If we say dress item or dress test item not found. Now if we say dress test item in the capitals, okay. So we have something on if item name we convert it to, we don't get it. Got some messages here. Far by, if you ever learned CPU and memory architecture, it helps understand how things work at byte level when learning C. When you get to it, though, yeah, definitely. We're going to continue on with our C learning and CS50X for sure. I took a stab at the problem set 1. I just took a little look at it, and I actually solved it in Python, so I need to try to convert it into C. Prodoc, you are very articulate and it seems like you express yourself very well. I know it has nothing to do with CS, but do you have any tips for someone trying to express their thoughts better? Um, I've kind of I've been pretty decent at like public speaking my entire life. Like in college. Now this is not like a brag or anything. I'm just being honest with you guys. Like in college, like I didn't really have to like prepare for like my speeches at all. Like I would in my public speakings and communications courses, I would kind of just wing them. I would obviously prepare some notes, but I just had like some basic bullet points. And then I would just fill in the gaps with me just yapping. I don't know. I've kind of always been good with being able to just, uh, I don't know, pull words out of nothing and make things kind of make sense. It's just kind of like I guess a skill I've had, but something that I guess would definitely help is talking aloud, like I do with this stream. I am talking aloud for over 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, sometimes 6.5 hours to you guys. So I can definitely tell that my speech now I do have like a big tongue and I have some bigger lips and so I do like I have to like really pronounce my words sometimes and I kind of have I get told that I stutter and mumble sometimes just because of that, but in my like northwestern accent or whatever. But I do, am speaking to you guys publicly live for hours on end. So just by doing that, as well as reading like advanced materials, has really helped as well. Like when I first started this book of DSA in Python, it was pretty hard to understand its jargon and its technical words and its flow. But then once I got through about 3 chapters, I started to kind of pick up the pace and my jargon started to change. I started to talk more in terms of these um, concepts. So I think just practicing talking aloud is really good. And talking to yourself, like I sit here and I look kind of crazy just talking to myself through these concepts, but at the end of the day, I really don't care if I look crazy to anyone else because at the end of the day, I am my own person and I care that I am learning the material and improving. So just keep those mindsets, right? Yeah, hopefully that helps. Okay, so now we have item name, dress item, found item equals value, and we're breaking. So if I go, let's go quit here. So we need to break twice, I think, here. We break at this point, and then we also need to break here. So now if I go yes, inventory, let's go add item number, let's make this test, cost would be 1, medium, yes, quantity 1. So now I have item number test in here, or item number 4, which is a test. Now if I go inventory, find edit, by item number, I go by item number, I say ABC, that doesn't work. Right, we need an integer. If I go item number -1, that doesn't work. Item number 100, that doesn't work either. If I give item number 4, I get item number 4 back, and I can make the edits. Now I can go back to the menu, I can go find edit, item name this time around. If I give ABC, so so this is returning found item in a none type. So I want this check happening as our last end all be all check before we return. But no, we have to continue. It has to be within this loop. I'm just going to do here. Let's try this. Let's just say return found item here instead of breaking if we find one, right? And then we can do this check here. We can say if not, say return found item here as well. We don't need to say break here. And then here we'll say, we don't need to say return here. We'll say else we're going to clear terminal and continue like that. So for every key value, right, if that does that, at the end of the for loop, if we don't meet this return, we're going to hit this statement saying user input was not found and we need to continue at this point. So now if we run this, go yes, inventory, find edit, item number, let's first check ABC, yes. Item number 7, that doesn't work. If we give item number 4, that pulls up item number 4. Now if we go back, do find edit, item name, if we do test, we don't get test. If we do test, we get test back. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to dot title case our user input on this call here, right here. So we're going to title user input here and check, and that should return that item back. So now if we go here, yes, inventory, find edit, item name. If we type in 1 here, we shouldn't get it. ABC, we shouldn't get it because it's converting everything to strings. We can convert numbers to strings, so it really doesn't matter. This check here really doesn't matter, but it's fine. So then we'll say let's go find test, and we pull up test. Woo! Yes, you guys. Awesome. Yeah, ProDoc, no worries. Sad the bad, this is for your own benefit, and you're doing very well, Michael. Oh, thank you so much, Sad the bad. Appreciate you guys. Pablo, yeah. So we spent about an hour and a half at the very beginning of the stream trying to kind of work with the Tkinter GUI here. So yeah, we spent out about an hour and a half messing around with Tkinter and kind of figuring out what it was and using GPT to kind of walk us through what each kind of functions are and how do we get a window and stuff. So we were able to get a working this was what we got working for here. So yeah, we got this GUI so far: inventory, expenses, settings. So yeah, we did this in about an hour and a half. So then we switched back to actually the CLI version to try to continue. Like I said, I want to get a 1.0 version, a total working version in the CLI environment, and then we will go ahead and convert it to the GUI in version 2.0 or whatever. But the GUI is just as a work in progress, little by little. But I wanted to keep going with our 1.0 here. Coding Mountain Man wanted to drop by and say you're doing a good job. Cool seeing your program run in the terminal. Awesome. Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much, Coding Mountain Man. Yeah, it's great that you guys are following along here. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please leave a like. I appreciate it so much, and also follow along. The channel's been growing. We're almost to 800 subscribers. It's really great and crazy. You guys are supporting me, and it's so awesome. I love talking to you guys. Join the Discord link below where I provide a roadmap for all of my resources from data structures and algorithms to my personal projects. Personal projects. There we go, like that. Yeah. Yeah, GPT is my teacher for new things. Can't wait to see it finished. Yeah, I feel I like using it to teach new things, but also part of me does feel like guilty though for using it. I know we're using it responsibly, like I always preach. You need to use it responsibly and preface to not show you code. But even sometimes then I feel like I'm using the cheap way out. But I mean, it's not really the cheap way out anymore. It's just what the normal way is now. Like it is the new normal. So you got to keep up with the meta, I guess. Okay, so What now? What now? What now? What now? So we successfully are able to um, find and edit items via their item name, right? And we can do these same things to the via item name. Cool. So now what happens though? What happens though if we have multiple items with the same name? Right? So that's something that we also have to keep in mind. Is that if multiple items have the same name, it's going to first pull, it's going to say find the last instance. So what I should do is instead, let's go like this. Let's take a search function here for item name. Let's establish a found items list. We'll say found item. We're going to say found items dot append the value here, and we are going to return found items at this point at the end of this loop. Right? So we'll say, actually here we'll say, we need to say first, if found items, right, a Boolean expression, if we find items, we're going to return those items back to our user. Else, we're going to call this, right? Yeah, so we're going to take a temporary list of found items and append all of the found items with the same name into that list, and we're going to return the found items. Right. Wayne says, what's the point of the continue? What loop are you in? We're in a while loop right now. Up here. Right. We're in a while loop. Cody Mountain Man says unique ID. Yeah, so that's how we're going to select. So what I'm going to do is we're going to append all of these items that have the same item name to the found items list. We're going to return that list back, and then we're going to display, okay, these are the items that are found. Which one do you want to select? And then boom, we'll do that. Okay, so so we're going to return found items back. So found items gets returned here. We're going to say for item in found items, we're going to enumerate, or we're going to for item in found items, user input is equal to create menu. Well, I guess we'll say while true for item in found items, we're going to print the item dot name, and then we're going to print, or the item number, I mean. And so we're going to say also, we're going to say for items in enumerate found items, right? This is going to be number, or let's say order number, right? So items enumerate found items. We're going to say print item number, or print order number, period, item number, like that, and then also item name, or we'll go item number, and then we'll just say item, like so, right? We're gonna say we're gonna gather a user input from here. User input is equal to what do I want to say? No, I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna say user input is equal to create menu function that I wrote. The prompt is going to be please select from, we'll say, found items. We'll say f string here, found items. We'll say here length of found items, right? So we're going to say that we're going to get the length of the found items. We're going to say 5 items found with item name. So 5 items found with item name, quote, item with item name. So how can we access? We have an item in the found items. So we'll say found items index 0 dot item name, like so, to access it. Perfect. So that'll access one of the item names within this found items list because they all have the same name. Five items found, yeah, We got some chats here. Sorry. I forgot to mention last stream when we were coming up with ideas for the project. My question is, would picking out different size of clothing to have different prices? Um, Not typically with like if you think about like different like size shoes, right? A person that has a smaller size shoe versus a bigger size shoe doesn't have to pay a different price. I think from like for like discriminatory purposes. So like I think it's like a legal or a liability thing if a company were to start charging like for larger people to have larger to have more size per more material being used up. So I think it's like an ethical problem. So no, I don't think we should factor that in, just to keep in line with what other kind of systems are going on. But each item will have an individual price, so you could scale things up for that. But I think it comes in on to like ethics at that point. Um, Hysterical. Well, I'm gonna head to bed. Good night. Awesome. Thanks for stopping in, Hysterical. I appreciate you coming in. Wayne, yep, I see it now. Continuing to the next iteration instead of hitting the rest of the statements in the loop. Yes, we're going back, continuing back into the loop instead of going forward. Yeah, we're continuing from the beginning. Yeah, exactly, Coding Mountain Man. So we're going to create a menu with a prompt saying 5 items were found with item name this. And then we'll say, please select an item, right? And then our list of items, right? We're going to have a list here. Per our create menu function, it's just going to be the found items list, right? So now that'll do that for us. Perfect. And so then we'll need to return the value associated with the user input. So the create menu function will return what though? Returns a string of the user input. So if they press 1, we're going to need to access so if they press 1, it returns 1 in a string form for user input. So we need to then say found item is equal to found items at index value of int of user input. Right? Because user input is being returned as a string in this create menu function. We're going to convert that to an integer so we can use it as an index value of our found items list. And then that's our found item, and we're going to edit that found item. So now if we run this, I think it'll work, which will be really cool. All right, yes, inventory, add item. So now we need to add a couple with the same name, test. So test cost would be 10. Item size medium, yes. Let's say we have 5 of these. So in total now we have 6 test objects. We had that one from before. So we have 6 tests with the same name, right? All with different numbers. Now if we go inventory, find edit, item name, if we type in ABC, not found. -1, not found. 1, not found. But if we type in test, T-E-S-T, no! Ah, shoot. Option.title has no attribute title. Oh, okay. In line 306. Okay. right? Because this is titling the option provided. So this is trying to find a title attribute associated with our object item. So we don't want to do that. We want to so we want to create a list right here. So our menu is not, right, we can't dot title. So we're going to create a list comprehension and say item dot item so we want a list of the names of the items. So what do we want right here? So if we provide it with the list of items, it's trying to access a title and title the option given. So we then instead need to provide it with a list of the attributes that can be titled for that item. So we need a list comprehension here and say item dot item name or item number for every item in found items. So now if we enter this, yes, inventory, find and edit, item name, test, int object has no attribute title. Huh. Int object has no attribute title. Okay. So we need to do name here. Now if we do this, we go yes. Inventory, find, edit, item name, test. Boom. Please select an item. So now that's printing out all their names. And so I need their item number. So how can I add in their item number into this print statement? And then if I press 6, we take the 6. If we press the 6, that gives us this back. So 6 would be 0 through, so this would be -1. We have to do length -1 here, like that, to get to the 0 index. So now we would be able to pull up that item, but we need to be able to differentiate between the items. One, inventory, find, edit, item, name, test. 6 items found with item name test. Please select an item. Oh, where were we? Here we go. With item name. Right, like this. \n here. Please select an item. Like that. And then we'll also give a \n here. So yes. Oop. Okay, yes. Inventory, find, edit, item number 1. Okay, we get item number 1. 6, find, edit, item name, test. 6 items found with item name quote test. Please select an item. Another \n here. Please select an item. If I press Q, what happens? Nothing. Because that was a previous prompt. Yes, inventory, find, edit, item number 1. Got it. Edit, find, edit, item name, test. Six items found with name quote test. Please select an item. So now we're appropriately enumerating through each item. And then if we select one of these, we pulled up test for item number 9. Cool. Which happened to be the last one. Yep. Awesome. Okay, so now we just need a way to differentiate by providing either probably the number associated with it, right, in addition to the name. So what we'll do is right here we just need to add in some sort of feature. When we go inventory, find, edit by item name, we do test, right? That pulls up all the item names test. please select an item. So we just need to put in here item number whatever and the name test. So that's happening here. We have a list comprehension item name for every item and item found. Because it's titling it, that's the only thing. So what if I were to say F string here, do the item name here, do that, and then also we'll go like this and preface this with item item name, we'll say number like so. Now what does that do? This might not work. Oh, it worked. Wow. Wow, it worked. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It worked. Nice. We are really moving here. Cool. So now we have, so what we did there is rather than just, we're using a list comprehension right here by creating a new list basically for the item names rather than just each of the items. So we're creating a new list, iterating through each of the items and pulling out their item name and creating a new list for all the item names. And then what we're doing is we wrap that in an F string because our create menu function is titling those prompt options, right? It's titling all of them, right? If I were to lowercase all of these, item, name, it would show, you would see that these are being titled. So if I make item here and then number, I make these lowercase. I had to keep it as a string because it's titling each value in the list, which technically should be a string. So that's why the number wouldn't work. I had to convert it to a string first if it's an F string. So now if I were to do the same thing, you'll see that these will still be title case, main menu, inventory, find, edit, item name, test, boom. Yep, they're still being appropriately title cased. Six items found with item name that. Please select an item. Item name. Nice. That is cool. That is so cool. Okay, so now if we appropriately, now let's just go ahead and I'm going to exit out of the program and I'm going to add in a couple more items, right? So inventory, add item, let's say dummy would be 10, medium, yes, quantity, let's say we have 6 of these. Let's inventory, add item, let's add in some more tests right here, cost 3, medium, yes, we have 4 of these. Let's add in a couple more. I'm just sandwiching in some different names here. Item name, yeah, right? Cost 10, medium, yes, We have 9 of these. Now, okay, cool. So now you can see that we have different item numbers at different sequences. So I wanted to make sure each one is being found, right? Even though that we have tests here and then we have tests here, right? So if I go inventory, find, edit, number, if I say 29, this should not work. Okay, cool. If I say ABC, this should not work. But if I say 28, this will pull up item number 28. Cool. Now if I go back, if I go find and edit by item name and I type in test here, boom. We are appropriately given all of them. Yes! So it gets all of them appropriately. And so if I select an item here, if I say 11, my create menu function handles this for me and will return error, please select a valid option. If I say ABC, get error, please select menu option using its numerical value. So that create menu function is working. And so now if I just select option number 10, boom, we get that option number 9, which is number 19, which is the last test available to us, which was number 19 right here. Yeah, woo! This is so cool. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. How do you guys feel about this so far? You guys liking it? You guys enjoying it so far? Let me know. Chat's kind of quiet right now. What are you guys doing? How you guys feeling? Wow, this is so cool. This is so cool. Oh, so cool. It's just like a real testament to all of our practice thus far. Like I'm saying that I might be annoying, right? But we've been putting in tens of, probably at this point, hundreds of hours in practice learning this material, trying to understand like each of these data structures, each of these, how to efficiently manage these datas, how to efficiently access them in, constant and linear time, and not really trying to get into quadratic and exponential time, how to, do all that stuff. And so I've really been focusing on that here, and then having this, work and actually do what we're wanting just shows us that we are learning, right? That this whole process is working. Like 6 months ago, I didn't even know what a hello world print function was. Like I didn't even know what it did. I had never heard it before. And 6 months later, we are writing an entire object-oriented and efficiently managed program using, proper data techniques and algorithms. So it's really cool, guys. It's so cool that, that this is just proof that this is working. All right, let me go ahead and just check up on some things really quick on my phone. Let's see if I got any messages here. Give me 1 second, you guys. Oh, wow. Awesome. Thank you so much. All this for 6 months of programming is cray. Awesome. We've put in a lot of time, a lot of hours, you guys, every day for the past on this. I've been streaming. I have a streak going on the stream. I've been streaming every day for over the past month, I think. I started doing my everyday streams around Thanksgiving time, and so like this is I've been really putting in a lot of time. So this just goes to show that the effort is paying off here, and I really appreciate you guys joining me today. Um, so I am going to, I think I'm going to call it here. So today we successfully refactored down our item search functions into their like more appropriate, mechanisms. So let me quickly show you here real quick. So before we had an item search menu function, and then we were calling like an actual item search for that specific item. I kind of just refactor this down into one function. Now, I know this function might seem large, but it's all doing the relative purpose. I have a flag here set for the type. So if the search by type, right? Item number, item name, or date created. So we initially set that to none for a found item is to none. If there's if type is not in the types, we raise a value error right off the jump. We initialize a loop. We then ask the user for some input. If they, at any point, this input is Q, we go ahead and quit back to the main menu. If the type, right, the type they provided is item number, we're going to do this evaluation over that user input that they provided, doing a search for the item number. If that type is item name, we're going to use um, the the input that they provided to search for an item name over that input. So right, the user will provide a type of name or number or whatever, and then provide an actual target to get to that type. So and then we're successfully doing that. So now we'll add in later. Well, next time we'll add in the item date created portion, which will probably be similar to this item name function. So I might be able to just refactor this one down even further to allow for that type as well. Um, right. So I probably could just say something like this. If type item name or quote item date created, right, we're going to create this found items because multiple items can be found on the same day. We are going to then say if user input, we're going to convert the input to the string. And instead of if not item name here, we're going to say value dot, or whoops, we'll say, sorry, type here, right? And we need to insert this type as an F string to be inserted into our right that they provide. Oh, so but this is not going to be so we'll say if type is equal to item name, we're going to reassign. If type is equal to that, we're going to reassign type equals to item name like that. We need to keep this stir like so. And we'll say elif type is equal to quote date or item date created, right? We're going to save the type is equal to date or date created, right? So now we're going to insert those appropriate types into here. Cool. So now we should be able to now in this function we'll say if they enter in 3 for date created, we're going to call a clear, run a found items, item search for item date created, clear the terminal again, user input is this, found item date created, an item number, found items -1, return that. Okay, I think that'll work. So yes, inventory, find edit by item date created. This will be 2020 25 dash 0105 value to type as no attribute type. Okay, so it doesn't like that I used our variable here for this. But I need to insert the variable type here. So this would be f string quote type, like that. Right, but how can I? Stoic Mindset says, how old are you? Yeah, I'm 25. I'm about to turn 26 this month. My birthday is in January. Thanks so much for coming in, Stoic. I appreciate you joining me tonight. So, do I need to wrap these in like a parenthesis? I'm gonna ask the yibbity here. It's incorrectly answered. Or type equals. I am using type as a placeholder for the attribute of the is a flag for the function. So they say to use the Thanks so much, Stoic. I appreciate you so much. You're so kind. Thanks for being here and thanks for following along. I would love to connect with you in the future and stuff. Also, I'm 16 in Python a bit. I want to be a Python machine learner dev, but learning dev, but how do I do that and what course do you recommend to take? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about machine learning. I have a Bachelor of Science in Human Biology and a minor in Chemistry, and I've been teaching myself to program for the past about 6 months. Um, but I would definitely recommend you join my Discord if you're wanting to learn some things and follow my roadmap where I did Python CS50P, Python Crash Course, CS50X. I also have some other resources, you know, we're going to eventually get into on the channel. I have a book, Python Machine Learning, that you'll probably be interested in when we get to that on the channel. So yeah, follow the channel, join the Discord link below to get access to more resources that I'm using and to kind of follow my roadmap and to chat offline. I'll see you in there. Okay, so value dot well, I want to say how to insert a variable as a placeholder for a method on a attribute. I don't want the object's attribute. Get adder. Oh, okay, get adder. Get adder of the item, the value, and the item type. No problem. No, Stoic, I really appreciate you're asking me questions. So please come in tomorrow and we'll talk some more. I much rather answer your questions than talk to you guys. That's what makes this more enjoyable. So no, don't worry anyway. I loved interacting with you guys. This is awesome. I don't want to bother you any further. I'm about to head out because I have to sleep, but you have a good one. No, thank you so much for following. Yeah, I love talking to you. This is no stress at all. This is the whole purpose of this. Um, hmm. So this says. Hmm. So I don't want to do that actually. I want to say they created. So we want to say if type equals that, then adder equals this, adder equals this, adder. No, it doesn't like that. I can't insert a variable. How to insert a variable as a item dot adder. So if we set item name I'm trying to compare whatever, doesn't really matter, I guess. I'll just write a whole function for it. Okay, now we should be back to where we were. Okay, so if I run this, yes, inventory, find edit by item name test, pulls up all of our item name tests, and we can select one of these with item number 9, and we pull up that one, number 18, which was the second to last one. Yep, perfect. Okay, so now just really quickly, what I'll do is I will copy this and say, elif type is equal to quote item date created, right? Hold on, actually, we'll come back, paste that there, go item date created. Item date created. So now if we go up to here and say here, copy this, paste, clear terminal, found items, item, date, created, clear terminal, create menu, found items, if okay, now if I run this, yes, inventory, find, edit, date created. If I do A, not found, 1, not found, but if I give 2025-01-05, I pull up all of them. They were created on this day, which should be every item but 3 almost. Yes. Yes. Cool. Ah, nice. Woo. So that pulls up every item created on that day. Wow, nice. Okay. Cool. So now we will, I think I'm going to cut it off here, you guys. So we refactored this way down. We added in a lot of features here. You go here, clear, git add, git commit. We said added searches via item name and item number. Added, started GUI creation. And then I don't think we're not on GitHub, so there's no push. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. That's really cool. So make sure nothing's broken here. Yes. Inventory add 1, 2, 3. Cost medium or 1 medium. Yes. 10. Cool. That created 10 of those. Nice. Now we can go inventory, find edit, item number 39 should not work, item number -1 should not work, ABC should not work, item number 38 should work. Perfect. If we go find transact by item name, we can do 1, 2, 3. That pulls up all the ones that we found at item number 1, name 1, 2, 3. Perfect. 1, 2, 3 is just a dummy name. If you select 110 here, okay, we can go back. Cool. Now if we find edit by date created, do 2020, or let's do the find the 2024-10-31. That'll pull that one item number 3 that we have right here. Nice. If we select it, we go here, we can edit there. And then if we go find transact, that breaks our program. Okay, we need to continue with that one later. Go here, yes, transactions, item search by number. So that's what's going on. We need to fix that transactions menu, but we'll do that one tomorrow. We need to fix that function name because we changed it. All right, you guys, this is super awesome. Thank you, Epic Freezer, for joining me. We got a program running here. We got a lot of features added today. We added in, some additional search parameters and some functions for searching via the item name and the item date created rather than just a number. We also refactored those down to kind of one main function that will be able to handle those based on flags for item name, number, or date created. Right? It'll actually use those flags to filter for those searches, so we can just do it all within one function call, like we're doing here. Search menu for number, name, and then in this one for date created. Right? So it's really, really cool. I probably could refactor this one a little bit more so I handle that both of these handle, but it's all right. It's not too bad. It's only like 5 or so lines of code that's being repeated here for these specific. I just couldn't figure out how to put a variable in for the actual attribute for an object. Like if I had a variable that housed a string date created, how could I put that there is the question. That's what I couldn't figure out, but awesome. So we've been streaming for over 4 hours and 20 minutes, you guys. I really appreciate you guys joining me today. If you're new here, please follow along. I stream every day, or at least I try my best to. I have a 9-to-5 job as a formulation chemist. I have a Bachelor of Science in Human Biology and a minor in chemistry, and I graduated back in 2021. I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company, and I'm teaching myself Python and various computer science topics after my 9-to-5 job every day. So I'm putting in, close to 12 to sometimes even 15-hour days every day. I have a really positive attitude about it just because I really, really enjoy doing this. I really enjoy talking with you guys. You guys are kind of like my friends. I really enjoy meeting with you guys every day, seeing how you guys are improving, showing you guys my improvements. Please join my Discord link below where I provide all of my resources, from the data structures and algorithms book that we're reading live on the stream, to all the practice problems, to all my GitHub, to my personal projects, to anything. I even am providing all of my resources for CS50X that we're currently taking on the channel and all that. My dog is shaking. She's wanting to go outside, so it's time for me to head out. I appreciate you guys joining me today. I'll be back tomorrow around 7 p.m. PST like normal. I'll see you guys later.